showed up, I was like, I know him. Rick is in South Carolina this weekend with the fair.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here with us. I now call the Knox County Beer Board meeting for Monday, February 24th to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Rawls,
Present.
Commissioner Oster,
Here.
Commissioner Jackson,
Here.
Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Thompson, Commissioner Jay,
Here.
Commissioner Frazier.
Present. Thank you,
Almost
Madam
present.
Clerk. With me today, to my left, is Ms. Kathy Daly from the Clerk's Office, and to my right is our Vice Chair, Commissioner Larson Jay, and Senior Deputy Director, Law Director, Mr. Mike Moyers. I also want to welcome our junior commissioners. Thank you for being here with us. Just a little recap. This is the Beer Board. It's comprised of 7 commissioners, and we are tasked with regulating the sale of beer in Knox County. All right, Director Moyers, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, I forgot. Please stand, address the flag, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Director Moyers. All right, moving on to the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the previous meeting?
So moved.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Jay with a second by Commissioner Hill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the motion passes. Thanks very much. Commissioners, we have 0 applications today and 3 violations. Director Moyers, will you now swear in all individuals who plan to testify?
I will. If you're here to speak to this board in any capacity, if you're here as a person who's been sanctioned on a beer license, or if you're Sheriff's Department, please stand, raise your right hand. If you're going to speak to this board, please stand and raise your right hand. All right, here you go. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, Madam Clerk, will you please read the first item?
First one is Gap Creek Market, 2138 Kimberlin Heights, District 9.
Please come to the podium and state your name and your county of residence, please. You might have to push the red button with the little person that has like a little megaphone. It looks like it. Did it come on?
There we
There
go.
you go. There we go.
All
Perfect.
right.
Please state your name and your county where you live.
Okay. Ankita Patel is my name, and I live in Knox County, 2138. The store address is 2138 Kimberlin Heights Road, and I live at 2605 Blackberry Ridge Boulevard.
All right, thank you. Director Moyers, will you
Let's
start?
have the
questions?
Sheriff's Department report, please.
On Monday, January 27, 2025, officers with the Knox County Sheriff's Office conducted an alcohol compliance check at Gap Creek Market. The defendant sold an alcoholic beverage to an underage person without checking their ID.
All right, ma'am, you've heard the charge. Do you plead guilty or not guilty to that?
Guilty?
Okay, do you have any explanation for the beer board you'd like to share?
No, it was the employee's first day, so just after that, I asked him how it had happened, and he simply just didn't even ask for an ID. So we have all the precautions in place where, you can put in date of birth, scan the ID, but the person didn't ask for the ID at all, so
Are they still employed?
no.
They are not. Okay.
No.
What have you done to possibly change your training so this doesn't happen again?
So we hired the new employee, and they are taking the class, the serving class, alcohol serving class, so they took that. And like I said, the scanning system is in place. Like if they can put in the date of birth in the computer as well. So those are the precautions that we took.
Is the server training a part of your standard training procedures?
It was not until this happened, so it is now, yes.
It is now. Okay,
Yes.
good. That's great. All right, commissioners, do you have any questions or discussion? Okay, so this is your first offense.
Okay,
You have the option of a $1,000 civil penalty or a 30-day suspension of license. Which would you choose?
$1,000.
Okay, I'm now looking for a motion.
Make a motion to impose a $1,000 fine on item number 6A.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Jay, a second by Commissioner Hill. All votes shall be by roll call. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Rawls,
The vote is yay or nay?
Yes,
Correct?
correct.
Yeah. Yay.
Commissioner Oster,
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill. Yes. Commissioner Thompson. Yes. Commissioner Jay,
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier.
Yes. All right, you will receive some information from the clerk's office that will give you additional next step. Just remember that this is a privilege and we take it very seriously. So this is one of the few times that as commissioners, we don't want to see you again.
No, and I don't want to be.
Good, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, next item.
The next one is Four Corner Market, 7512 Sevierville Pike, and it's District 9.
Is the named party present?
Anybody here for Four Corner Market? No?
Okay, we'll revisit. We'll go on to the next item and come back to it. 6C, please, Madam Clerk.
It's Pioneer Market, 8119 Chapman Highway, and it's District 9.
Please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, please.
We have the name is Vidyaben Patel and 8119 Chapman Highway.
Got it?
All right, let's hear the report from the Sheriff's Department.
On January 27, 2025, officers with the Knox County Sheriff's Office conducted an alcohol compliance check at the Pioneer Market located at 8119 Chapman Highway. The defendant sold an alcoholic beverage to an underage person without checking their ID.
All right, sir, you've heard the charge. Do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Yes,
Yeah.
guilty.
Okay. This is your second offense. Do you want to share any explanation to the board?
We have the new employee and I was already told him to check the ID and he got already, we had certificate and everything, but he sold it, so. I was already fired he won again.
Does he still work for your market?
No more.
Okay.
And my question is the server training, is that a part of your standard employee training protocols?
Yeah, we have certificates he got, but I don't know why he sold it. I told him already. And I just put in, there was a day and he sold it again.
Okay, all right. Again, we don't like to see folks at this board. So this is your second offense. So you have the option of a $1,500 civil penalty or a 60-day suspension of license. Which do you choose?
$1,500.
$1,500. All right, I'm now looking for a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Rawls, a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jay. All votes shall be by roll call.
Can I, Madam Chair,
yes.
may I ask a question?
I'm so sorry. I failed to ask the commission if you had a question or any discussion. So let's go back to that real quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What happens if there's a third offense?
They have an option of a civil penalty of $2,000 or 90-day suspension.
Okay. Mr. Patel, how many do you own or do you operate other locations besides this one?
We have one, two, three more.
Okay.
But we don't have the over there like never ticket. We don't have no over there before like this happened
Okay.
on our store.
So but you sell alcohol, you sell beer at the other locations
yeah,
too?
yes, sir.
But you don't have any of those issues there? Is this location specifically different than the others? Or was it just this particular employee? Because I noticed that, obviously you received your permit in June. In July, you had your first violation. And then basically 6 months later, you had this one. Was it this location specific, or is it just that one employee?
No, I was working right now over there, but my wife was pregnant. That's why I was go home. He want to put it in, and he just sold it. I told him just check, make sure check, but I was go to hospital and he did. That's the reason. And
Okay.
I would try my best, but no more again, like in life. Or this time happened.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No, just like Commissioner Frazier said, we really prefer you not
I mean,
come here
that's
for
why I
this.
say I'm not gonna no more make like this
Oh,
happen.
all right. Well, thank you.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second on the floor, correct?
Yes.
All right. All votes by roll call. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote. Excuse me.
Commissioner Oster,
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Thompson, Commissioner Jay, Commissioner Frazier,
Aye.
Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
All right, ayes pass. Thank you very much for coming and being so honest and forthcoming. Again, we don't want to see you here again. We take this very seriously.
be
But
careful.
yes, you will receive more information from the clerk's office on next steps.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's go back to 6B. Give it one more shot. Is anyone here from Four Corner Market? Four Corner. They were the second item. They didn't respond. No, no problem. All right, Director Moyers, can we defer to March?
We can, and particularly since it's a first offense, I think that would probably be the best thing to do. And
Okay.
try to reach out to them, make sure they know they need to be here.
And we need a motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion to defer to the March agenda.
Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Jay, a second by Commissioner Oster to defer to March agenda. All those in favor say aye. Oh, have to do roll call. I'm sorry. Yep, roll call.
Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Frazier.
Aye.
Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Commissioner Oster.
All right, motion passes. All right, everyone, that concludes the business of the Beer Board. If there's no other business, anyone have any comments, discussion, questions? Do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn. Motion by Hill to adjourn, second by Thompson, and we are adjourned. Oops.
Four corner market, 7523.
1-2, sorry.
Oh, 12.
Several.
Several Bank.
Okay, let's hear the report from the Sheriff's Department.
On Monday, January 27, 2025, officers with the Knox County Sheriff's Office conducted an alcohol compliance check at Four Corner Market located at 7512 Sevierville Pike. The defendant sold an alcoholic beverage to an underage person without checking their ID.
All right, you've heard the charge. Do you plead guilty or not guilty to that?
It's,
Did it happen
yeah.
or not?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Do you want to give any explanation to the board of what happened and what you've done to fix it?
Okay, the guy, actually, that's a new work over there.
Please step
and-
to the mic so we can
Okay,
hear you.
I'm sorry.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, hon.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, he is a new actually, so that's why it's happened. Yeah, we already fired him. So, yeah, that's the first time to us.
Tell us a little bit about your training policies for new employees.
Oh, new. Actually, you know, that story is new for us. Like that's the first time for us, and like every time we know, like we have almost every sticker everywhere, like a tobacco, beer, any tower, any stuff. Like please check the ID. But I think so that day he know that everything's bad. That day I think so he's in a phone and like his debate with his I don't know his brother or something, and it's happened for him. Like it's the first time.
Okay. Just remember that this is a privilege.
Yeah, I know. We always do the little training and everything for the employee, and especially beer and cigarettes. Yeah.
Yes, so this is your first offense.
Yes.
So you have a choice of a $1,000 civil penalty or 30-day suspension of license. Which do you choose?
Like we have to right now, or if you give like 15 to 20 minutes to us, so we can give you the answer.
Yes,
That's fine.
you will. Madam
50,
Clerk.
yeah, give us like 50 or 20 minutes. We're gonna give you the
Sure,
answer.
but you're accepting the fine, the civil
Yeah,
penalty?
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. I'm now looking for a motion.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Jackson, a second by Commissioner Jay. Is there any discussion or questions? All right, we'll take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson? Commissioner Jay? Commissioner Frazier?
Aye.
Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Commissioner Oster? Commissioner Jackson?
Okay, the clerk's office will get in touch with you and give you some guidance on the next steps, okay?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you, Kim. Yeah.
Yes. All right, commissioners, now we have concluded business. Do I have a motion to adjourn? I have a motion by Jay, second by Oster. We are adjourned.
I'm here twice a week at least.
Good afternoon. I'm going to call to order the Knox County Commission for Monday, February 24th at 5 p.m. Seated to my right is Vice Chairwoman Kim Frazier, Law Director Mike Moyer. Seated to my left is Ms. Kim Ellis and Ms. Haley Evans with the Knox County Clerk's Office. I see a few people in here. I see Sheriff Spangler. I think he's still in here. Ed Schaus, we always like to acknowledge Mr. Schaus, and former Commissioner Randy Smith. Is there any elected officials that I didn't see? Oh, the mayor's back. How did I miss you? Yeah, wow. So the mayor's here. Thank you, Mayor Jacobs. Madam Clerk, if you'll, I'm sorry. Oh, and Phil Ballard. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't see anybody in this room. So, okay. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll.
Commissioner Rawls,
Present.
Commissioner Darrett. Present. Commissioner Oster.
Here.
Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Russell.
Present.
Commissioner Hill. Here. Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Fox. Commissioner Jay.
Here.
Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Powell.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Zanders.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Tarbox.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Patel.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Whitcomb.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Brazard.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Price.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Kingsford.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Graves.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Greenwood.
Present.
Members are present.
Thank you. And I will now turn it over to Commissioner Lee for tonight's devotion.
Commissioners and all of our distinguished guests, I would like to introduce Reverend Mark McCool from First Apostolic Church, who's going to lead our devotion. I also call him my pastor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of Knox County Commission and junior commissioners. Greetings. Thank you for this opportunity to have this time of devotion with you. Special honor does go to 7th District Commissioner Rhonda Lee for this invitation. She is a member in good standing of First Apostolic Church of Knoxville, where I do serve as lead pastor. And I give honor to our Knox County Mayor, the Honorable Glenn Jacobs. And I did hear one minister say one time, he said, I give protocol to those that I don't know to call. So if there's anybody else that deserves honor that I didn't honor you, I give you that honor now. I once read that a devotional can be a selection of biblical verses accompanied by a thoughtful essay. So being mindful of my limited and allotted time, allow me to give you a Bible verse for this devotional time. In part, Ecclesiastes 9:10 says, whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. Suffice to say, this is encouragement to give maximum effort in all endeavors which we undertake, which you are doing. I would give you a moment of history to qualify me to do what we're doing now. I was born in 1958 at Baptist Hospital just across the river that's no longer there. It's been that long. I see on my birth certificate that I was born in the county of Knox. This is the only county that I've ever resided in. I attended Powell Elementary School, Pleasant Ridge Elementary, Northwest Middle, graduated from West High School. I'm a product of the Knox County school system. And by the way, I was blessed to have graduated from the University of Tennessee. That's right here in Knox County as well, as did my wife of 43 years. Both of my children, Ashley and Anthony, graduated from the University of Tennessee. They are both married, and yes, they reside in Knox County. And I was married here in Knox County. I am privileged to pastor First Apostolic Church of Knoxville that was founded by my father, Bishop Billy McCool, in 1957, right here in the county of Knox. In fact, both my father and my son have previously given devotions to you, the Father and the Son, but I promise you I am not the Holy Spirit, so don't worry about that. But all of us are residents of Knox County. And I give you this brief history of myself to let you know my qualifications for this devotional time to speak to Knox County Commission. I might use a well-worn adage and make it work for me. I am Knox County born, Knox County bred, and when I die, I'll be Knox County dead. So I want you to either love me, like me, or loathe me. I am a product of Knox County. And I thank you for so freely giving of your time and of your expertise to govern our community. I personally feel I live in the best county, in the best state, in the best country, and am governed by the greatest form of government that has ever been created, our constitutional system. That's not a brag, that's just fact. And I add to this list, I feel like we have the best county commissioners and the best county mayor that anybody could have. So I just think we have the best. So please accept the gratitude of this 66-year-old resident of Knox County for the sacrifices of all of your time, your personal resources, and as the scripture told us to do, for giving your maximum effort in all that we do. Timothy exhorted us, he said, first of all, supplications, prayer, intercession, and giving thanks be made for all men, for kings and for all that are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and honesty. For this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Savior. I'm confident that I speak for a large contingency of Knox Countyans who pray for you for your wisdom as you make decisions to keep our community quiet and peaceable. I encourage every one of you to continually, prayerfully give your wisdom, your knowledge, and your resources as you serve our county. As Ecclesiastes said, whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. Let's pray. Mighty God, our Father, we come before you humbly asking for a fresh measure of your grace and your favor. Lord Jesus, I pray that your omnipotent hand would give clarity of thought and mind to these, our governmental leaders, as they conduct the governance of our community. In Corinthians, your word mentioned the gift of government as a particular member of the body of Christ. Give these your servants the gift of government as well as strength, wisdom, and knowledge to indeed do with all their might whatever their hands find to do. Please, Lord, prosper their personal health, their resources, and give bountiful blessings as they voluntarily give their times as public servants to our community. Finally, your word tells us that righteousness exalteth a nation. Let all Knox Countyans strive for righteousness as we might be exalted in your sight. For all these things we ask in the precious name of Jesus. Let all who agree say amen. Amen. Thank you. Lord bless you.
Thank you so much. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Hill to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. If you would stand, please, salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. The amendments to the agenda are as follows. Addition number 19, 28, and 30. Defer to March 34, 37, 38, 41, and 47. Withdrawal is number 33. Non-consent, 29, 31, 32, 35, 36, 39, 40, and 42 through 46. I'm going to do the non-consents one more time. 29, 31, 32, 35, 36, 39, 40, and 42 through 46. It's at the pleasure of the body. After we set the agenda, we'll entertain a motion on the education and general consent calendars, honorary resolutions, and presentation, and then the rest of the agenda. I'd also like to move up number 40, which is a presentation by our comptroller, Mr. Mumpower. Commissioner Durrett?
That's what I was gonna.
I was
ask you
getting
to
there.
do.
Okay. So we need to set the agenda, so I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to set the agenda as outlined.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Durrett. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Motion to set the, to approve the education consent and government consent calendar.
Madam Chair, I object pursuant to Section P consent calendar to one of the items on the government consent calendar. Item 19, I'd like to have that heard individually. Thank you.
That was an addition, Commissioner Fox.
Yes, but it's in addition to the consent calendar. And so pursuant to the rules, Commission Rules, Section P, it says, any member of the commission may require any matter be considered individually by making objection to the motion to collectively consider all consent items. So that's my objection, and I'd like that particular item to be removed from the consent calendar.
Okay, so you're wanting it put on non-consent?
Yes.
Okay. So let's add number 19 to your non-consent.
So I'll amend my motion to approve the agenda, which we already voted on, but we'll vote on it again with the addition of number 19.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Durrett. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
So
Next
there's a
item.
so did we have to vote on the agenda, the consent calendars? Because that was never acted upon. So I'll restate my
right.
motion to approve the education and general government consent calendars.
Second.
We've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, a second by Commissioner Durrett. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk? Be number 40.
We're on item number 40, which is Resolution 902. It's approving the recommendation of the Knox County Property Assessor to transition from a 4-year reappraisal cycle of all property in Knox County, Tennessee, to a 2-year reappraisal cycle of all property in Knox County, Tennessee, for the purpose of updating and equalizing the value of property for the assessment of property taxes on that property.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Mumpower, if you will come and address commission. If you don't mind to state your name and county of residence.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Jason Mumpower, resident of Sullivan County, Comptroller of the Treasury for the state of Tennessee. It is a great pleasure to be with you tonight in this forum in Knox County. I'm in Knox County at least twice a week because, as you heard, I live in Bristol in Sullivan County. And so I pass through Knox County driving to Nashville, and I pass back through Knox County as I'm driving back to Bristol as I serve in the state capitol in Nashville as comptroller. I typically stop here and spend a little money at least once at Chick-fil-A usually. I come down to Nashville on Sunday night, so Chick-fil-A is not open then, so it's usually on Thursday that I stop. It is good to be here with you tonight again at your commission meeting, though, to commend you on the idea of moving to a shorter reappraisal cycle. You're actually the third county I have spoken to in the last 7 days, which has chosen to move in this direction. Interestingly, the most recent county I spoke to that did move to a 2-year cycle was my home county of Sullivan last Thursday. And again, I commend you. I think it's an excellent idea. First, for the benefit of your taxpayers, your homeowners, your agricultural landowners, which are currently, because of the imposition of the sales ratio on the county, having to shoulder more than their fair share of the tax burden. So I think first, for the benefit of your taxpayers, it's an excellent idea to move to a more frequent reappraisal cycle. Next, obviously, for your county and the cities within your county, it's an excellent idea for your budget purposes. And it really, Tennessee is a great place to be. In 2022, we were the 6th fastest growing state in the nation. In 2023, we were the 2022, we were the 7th fastest growing. In 2023, we were the 6th fastest growing state in the nation. In 2024, I'm still waiting on a final number, but I can tell you U-Haul rated us as the 5th most moved to state in the nation for in-migration. Tennessee is a place people want to be. Putting a finer point on it, I know that Knox County is a place people want to be for people coming to Tennessee. You have one of the most dynamic property markets in the state of Tennessee, and that dynamic, quick-moving property market is another reason for you to move to a more frequent reappraisal cycle. In the Comptroller's office, we have the Division of Property Assessments. And in fact, we have an office here in Knoxville, just off Kingston Pike, where we have property professionals. And I can tell you, you're fortunate, and obviously you all are part of the reason. Knox County is a very well-run county. You have a very well-run assessor's office. And it's just a hallmark of good government to keep up with the times, and moving to a more frequent reappraisal cycle is part of that. I could get into a lot more minutia. We could talk about the technical specifics of assessments and sales ratios and things like that, or your assessor could, I'm sure. But I noted as I come in that it looks like really perhaps the full commission is already a co-sponsor of this measure. So I know how to take yes for an answer. And unless you have any more questions, I'll be glad to get out of the way. Madam Chair, I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here. Commissioner Durrett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Comptroller, I just want to say thank you for taking the time to come here and to be willing to answer any questions that we had, if there were some. But as you stated, we do have a full commission, I believe, as a sponsor. So we appreciate this. We appreciate your support behind it and everything your office has done for Knox County and will do in the future. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And again, let me say this is happening across the state. I in addition to speaking to Sullivan and Knox, I spoke to the Hardeman County Commission, which is a very small rural county in West Tennessee. So this move is happening all over the state, as it's recognized as a good policy decision.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Have safe travels back.
Thank you. I do. I am having dinner in Nashville, so it won't be long. That's the advantage of moving back to Central Time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're back on schedule. Madam Clerk?
The honorary resolution is R-25-2-101. It's honoring Rural Metro firefighters Lieutenant Cameron Rude, Misty Weimer, and Nicholas Johnson of Engine 230 for their heroic bravery and commendable service to Knox County.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The floor is yours, Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You got everybody okay? Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the full commission for signing on to this honorary resolution. There's no one on this commission that doesn't fully believe in, support, back, and applaud our first responders across the board. In good times and in bad, we rely on these professionals to not only keep us safe, but proactively determine how are ways that we can continue to provide for safety and security within the county citizenry and to train every day for the thing that we hope never happens. We put a lot of trust in our first responders across the board. We look to them at difficult times, and at times they go above and beyond the duty, and that's what this honorary resolution is about. I'm actually going to do something a little bit different tonight in that I'm going to ask Mr. Jeffrey Bagwell to read this honorary resolution on behalf of commission. We've all voted on it and we all support it and we've all made it possible tonight. But when Mr. Bagwell contacted me about this, the situation that led to this honorary resolution, I couldn't imagine somebody who is more proud of the people that he works with every single day. And as the public information officer, he sees the literally the best and the worst in all the situations. And I would like for him to read that resolution and recognize his team. And then when we're done, perhaps we can all get up and have a picture together and celebrate their bravery. So, Mr. Bagwell, I'm going to turn the podium over to you.
Thank you very much. So the resolution reads as follows. Whereas on December 6th, 2024 at 2:50 a.m., North End units responded to a report of a structure fire on Keithway Lane in the Halls community. Whereas Engine 230 responded with a crew of 3, including Lieutenant Cameron Rood, firefighter Misty Weimer, and firefighter Nicholas Johnson. And whereas Engine 230 arrived on the scene and found moderate smoke showing from a single wide mobile home. Upon arrival, the crew was met by a family member who advised them that her mother was still inside the home. And whereas Engine 230 crew quickly deployed a pre-connect hose line and full personal protective equipment, entered the structure, performing a detailed search while also being supported from the exterior. And whereas after locating the female in the long hallway toward the middle of the structure, it was assessed that her condition would not allow her to self-rescue. And whereas Lieutenant Rood and firefighter Johnson rescued the female from removing her from the structure, as firefighter Misty Weimer assisted the extrication. And whereas the woman was transferred to the waiting AMR EMS unit before the rural metro crew returned to work on the structure fire. And whereas approximately 2 minutes after removing the female from the structure, the room in the hallway flashed and erupted with fire, engulfing the home. And whereas without the quick actions of Lieutenant Rood and firefighter Johnson and the assistance of firefighter Misty Weimer, the incident would have most likely resulted in severe injuries or a fatality. And whereas the members of Engine 230 crew were recognized by Rural Metro Fire with the Corona Civico Award, which is the highest award given in the fire service for their bravery and commitment to life safety efforts. And whereas Knox County citizens value and respect all first responders and emergency service personnel and wish to take every opportunity to recognize their valuable and extraordinary service to the community. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commission of Knox County as follows. The Commission of Knox County hereby honors Lieutenant Cameron Rood, firefighter Misty Weimer, and firefighter Nicholas Johnson with appreciation and celebrates their continued service to Knox County. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to the members of Rural Metro Fire Department as an example of continued excellence in service to Knox County. Be it further resolved that this resolution is to take effect from and after its passage as provided by the Charter of Knox County, Tennessee, the public welfare requiring it.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item, please.
It's presentation, AMR, to discuss the first year of the EMS ambulance services contract.
Thank you. Hello. If you will state your name and county of residence, please.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Jerry Harnish. I'm a resident of Knoxville, and my work address is 10140 Gallows Point Drive.
Thank you.
I'm the Director of Operations for AMR. Very happy to address the Commission tonight because we've got very good news. We have completed the first year of the contract. From the handout, you can see performance over the last 12 months, and there has been increasing success with meeting the response time requirements of the contract. Of course, we're always trying to find ways to do better. We're particularly proud that within the last 7 months, we've met or exceeded the 90% requirement, 26 out of the 28 categories. Now, if we can see the next slide, that's been achieved largely by increases in staffing. So the staffing increase has been 49% with EMTs and paramedics since January, and another 30% since February. Currently, that's allowed us to add about 100 unit hours per day. And so a unit hour obviously is an hour of an ambulance unit's time. So by 100 hours, that means on the average, 4 more units per day are serving the community than previously. We've also been able to make better use of our resources. The nurse navigation system has moved almost 4,000 people out of the 911 system. Now, only about a third of those end up being treated by some way other than an ambulance ride in the emergency department, but that's still roughly 1,500 people that would have required ambulance time and emergency department time had the system not been in place. We've also been able to take advantage of our allied agencies. We've established a memorandum of understanding with Knox County Rescue last month that allows that agency to do quick responses to the priority 2 calls. Those are medical emergencies that fall beneath the highest case where the fire department responds with us also. And it has been a significant resource for care of those patients. We still do have some challenges, particularly with hospital wait times. Generally, those have been declining. We have had a slight uptick in the winter with the bad flu season, but we do meet with hospital systems monthly. They've been very cooperative, and generally their improvements have tracked our own. Not a lot they can do about the flu season. I think that's about the end of the prepared remarks. Looking forward, we have a number of things that we're trying to put some effort in. We've had 2 meetings with the 911 director and staff. They will be taking over dispatching of the emergency ambulances. We think by no later than midsummer. They are in the process of doing the hiring and training now. So we have expectations that should wrap up within a reasonable period of time. Do you have any questions?
Great. Do the commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, and this is a wonderful report to receive. We, as you know, when when this contract was renewed, there were quite a few issues. One of them I remember being the lack of qualified personnel. I didn't even hear you mention that this time. Could you tell us what has turned that around?
Team building. Certain things have helped build the team. We did a very significant wage adjustment as the contract was taking effect. That certainly induces people to join, but it doesn't induce them to stay. So we found that we have some very good low-level leadership in the organization. We've essentially turned those men and women loose, and they've done good things. But there's no substitute for it.
Thank you. That's good to hear. And also kudos on the consolidation of dispatch. I think that's a huge step forward for Knox County.
I agree, Commissioner.
Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to quickly say thank you. I still maintain communication with this group, and there has been a lot of restructuring with leadership, and it shows in the numbers, in the response, in the just the overall feeling of the team. And I just encourage you to keep going. Sometimes when we progress, I see a lot of positive momentum forward. I just urge you, don't get comfortable. Don't get comfortable. Keep pressing in. Better, stronger, more. Just keep this attitude and this energy that you have going because it's working. So thank you.
It's great advice.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Harnish, we've seen lots of great things. I'm very happy because I had the opportunity to ride with AMR last year when I was campaigning, and I really saw boots on the ground how your supervisors and your EMTs and paramedics just really believe that, this is their passion. This is what they were called for. But we've come a long way. What would you say are the top one or two issues that you need to improve over the next 12 months in AMR?
Well, within AMR, certainly one thing is to continue to do this long-term trend of analyzing data. So the increase in unit hours has certainly been helpful, but we've gotten more benefit because those hours are on during the times that are busiest. So simply adding them would have had some effect, but the better effect is understanding when and where we need them. Clearly, there will be a huge advantage once 911 is doing the dispatching. They simply have access to technology that makes the system move a little more fluidly. And I don't think that will take anywhere near the next 12 months. Lastly, we know the hospital systems themselves are making significant change. UT has a plan that virtually doubles its ability to handle people in its emergency department that will be finished in 26.
That's great. Seeing no more questions, I would like to commend AMR. This report was really, really good, and I was happy to see it. And I do think the nurse in the field has helped a lot, and that was something that was really important. And we got that up and going, and you're right, the hands-on personal approach, there's just nothing like that. And I do want to kind of give you guys a shout out, and you'll probably be getting a letter, but a friend of mine had nothing but high praises for you guys 2 weeks ago when you had to show up at their house. And so I appreciate that. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. And with that, thank you for coming.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
Public forum for agenda items only.
No, we don't have anybody signed up.
Okay. Approval of minutes of the previous meeting.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Lee. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Drives and roads, consideration of the acceptance of new county roads. Item A is Lantern Park Lane, located in Lantern Park, District 6.
Motion approved.
Okay, Jay.
We've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lee, a second by Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had asked Madam Chair to break these
And
out.
I apologize for that.
Oh, no, you did. Y'all read?
I haven't read the other one yet.
Yep, you read A. Simply because this is something that I have been working with the community on for a very long time. And there are currently 7 pending lawsuits that pertain to this road. There has been an agreement that has been made and that will be settled, but the ink isn't dry. And so I have consistently said that if there was pending litigation associated with an agenda item, I tended to feel like we should not hear it. And so I asked to pull them separately so that I will be passing on this vote.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fox?
Madam Chair, I would like to hear from Engineering and Public Works on this because I received an email from a Knox County resident addressing this particular item, discussing that there had been a court case where the decision had been in favor of people opposing the acceptance of this particular road. I hope I'm putting that correct, but I'd like to hear from Director Snowden.
Director Snowden?
Yes, sir. And you're exactly right, Commissioner Fox. There was a court case that did invalidate one particular approval, but there was a previous approval that still had vesting, and the developer and his attorneys here too can speak on this. Still had vested rights, so he went back to that and has subsequently moved forward with a concept plan, design plan, and construction that matched that. So from our perspective, from an engineering perspective, they checked all the boxes that we feel like were adequate for the acceptance of the roadway. Thank you.
Okay. All right, since we've pulled the Lantern Park Lane, we will vote on that one separate. Do I have a motion for approval?
Motion to approve, I mean, I think I
We
already
do
did
have a
that.
second. I'm sorry, I apologize, guys. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Pass.
Okay, you've got Commissioner Russell and Commissioner Frazier's passed. Okay, next item.
The next item is B. It's Brooks Meadow Lane, located in Brooks Meadow, District 8.
Motion to approve.
I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Durrett. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Line item transfers, total amount of $89,517.38.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Frazier. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Notary public applications, 219.
Do I have a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett. Second by Commissioner Frazier. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Item number 35 is Resolution 405. It's approving a civil design contract with Robert G. Campbell and
Madam
Associates.
Chair, apologies, number 19 was the first one that got pulled off after we amended the amended
okay.
amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Jay. It makes it tough when we're doing it at the last minute. All right, number 19.
It's Resolution 501. It's approving a U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, award in the amount of $2 million to fund aging-in-place home modifications for low-income Knox County senior residents. No local match required.
Okay, do I have a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, a second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, first of all, of course, oppose this grant, and I've stated before, I won't go into detail, but I oppose any grants from the federal government because the money's literally being borrowed to give to us. It's not coming from federal revenue. Federal revenue is being dedicated to Social Security, major health care, federal retirement, interest on the $36 trillion debt and the defense budget. Every dollar after that is borrowed, and this is borrowed money. But in addition to that, when I was reviewing this particular program, I noticed the terms and conditions related to this program. One of them, number 9, it's page 13. They have the Build America, Buy America Act says grantees must comply with the Build America, Buy America Act procurement requirements. So I looked that up, and the web page is missing. There is no web page by which Knox County can comply with this particular aspect of this grant. So I don't think we should be undertaking something that we don't know what the requirements are. I think that's related to some of the federal government efforts with respect to HUD grants, but it's not there. So there's another basis upon which I oppose this, and I just encourage my fellow commissioners to deny this particular grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Director Holden here? Thank you. Director Holden.
Jenny Holden, 400 West Main.
Thank you. On this, do you know anything about the Build America, Buy America website?
Yes, that is actually, Commissioner Fox, you are correct. A lot of the websites that have been there with federal programs have gone down in the last month. That may be one of them. We have staff that are extremely familiar with Build America, Buy America right now. It's a fairly robust system. So even without that website, we have all of the requirements of that program.
And there's no local match, so there's no Knox County match to this, correct?
No local match.
And then tell me what this is going to do for the senior citizens that we're trying to keep in their homes instead of moving them out.
We love this program. This is actually a competitive grant program through HUD. We had applied for it last year and did not get it. We applied again this year and were awarded $2 million. This program focuses on home repairs and accessibility modifications for older adults to let them age in place in their own homes as opposed to having to go into assisted living or a nursing home.
Okay. And do you have a list of the people that you know will be waiting, or is there a way for somebody to apply for that?
So currently we have our home rehab wait list. I think I shared some of that with you all back in September. Right now, 46% of the folks that are on that wait list are elderly, so they would all be, we'll be able to use those two programs together, do accessibility modifications with one program, and then use our other program to do things that might be outside of the scope of this grant.
Is that going to also be working hand in hand with CAC, where they do some of the modifications on houses for?
So we actually have taken that program in-house, but it is going to, yes, it's that same program.
Kind of correlate with that.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Durrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the seniors that would be aging in place rather than having to be moved, what kinds of things would you be looking for? And I ask because I received a contact from a constituent last month even about her HVAC system. It does not work. She has been without air. She could live with that, but now with the extreme temperatures that we've had recently, especially, I've been thinking about her. I've been working with her. She is on the wait list for the CAC program that Chair Oster was talking about. Would it include something like that? I mean, or like, can you give a little of the specifics on
Yes.
this? Thank you.
This program is going to allow us to do ramps, grab bars, convert someone if they just have a bathtub to a shower, HVACs to allow them to have heat and air conditioning in the summer. It's a pretty broad ranging program, and because we can use it in conjunction with our other funds, it really lets us take care of pretty much any need in the household.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak to Commissioner Fox's statement about the website being down. It's alive, and you can also actually go to the website and click on a link directly to see the act in its full form. So it is active.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A simple internet search allowed me to get to the Office of Acquisition Management, where it has a very detailed informational list. This is an actual official website of the United States government. It has more information than you can ever imagine about Build America and Buy America. I think it's a good program. Happy to support it. I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you say 46% of this money goes to seniors? Where does the other money go?
No, 46% of our wait list currently are senior citizens.
Okay, but it's all for seniors?
This is all for seniors.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fox?
I just wanted to note for the record that I simply clicked on the link that was associated with this particular item as it was on the Knox County Commission agenda website, and that's why I made the statement I made. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Any more questions for Director Holden? I'm sorry. No, thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No. We have one no. Commissioner Fox? Thank you. The item passes. Next item, please.
Okay, we're back to Resolution 405. It's approving a civil design contract with Robert G. Campbell and Associates in the amount of $48,000 for the design of a left turn lane on Westland Drive onto Ridge Climber Road.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Frazier. Discussion, Commissioner Russell?
Yes, similar to at what Kim, or Commissioner Frazier, sorry, stated in regards to the road, there are going to be some litigation related to this particular development. And because of that, I will be abstaining from voting on this. My concern is that Westland Drive definitely needs some infrastructure. And my biggest concern is if we link these together, the road improvement to the development, what's going to happen is when the litigation goes in and if a judge puts in an injunction to stop everything until the case is decided, that could put Knox County in a position where we can't move forward and do road improvements should they be needed. And because of that, because that would not be up to the developer or up to Knox County to make that decision at that point. Once a judge makes the call, it's made and he can say stop everything in its tracks. So I'd just like to postpone it, or in the case of not postponing it, then I will be voting against it.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Snowden, I have a question, please, on items, really 35 and 36 are linked together, correct?
That is correct, sir.
My understanding of this is as part of the planning process, it is part of the regular legislative body's system that it follows, that these two are related to completing items that were demanded, were conditioned by Planning Commission. Said
that is correct.
You must do these turn lanes.
Correct. The planning staff report says these conditions shall be completed before this development is finally approved. Yes, sir.
And we passed an ordinance just a few years ago that said anytime that there is an infrastructure or a engineering and public works item that shall be done by a developer, it actually shall be done by Knox County through contract, so that we manage it, we budget it, we process it, we make sure it's done to the specs, and it's done on behalf of the people.
That is correct.
Because everybody uses this when it's done.
Correct.
Okay, so I checked, I knew that this would have to be a concern, and I checked there is no pending litigation unless somebody knows otherwise of a very specific case. There's no pending litigation, one more question, that has anything to do with this. So you as an engineer have a certain set of steps that happens. Have these met all of those steps for you to then begin managing this project is there any roadblock to you continuing that work?
No, sir. From a perspective of engineering and public works, we are content with this agreement moving forward. From that perspective, we don't see a particular reason to defer it. But if this body chooses to, then certainly that's their purview. But we don't have a preference one way or the other.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Snowden. Given that the director has outlined that this is the next step in a process that is very common to us, I don't see any reason to delay it and let them move on. If for some reason there is, I can't remember a case, Mr. Moyer, tell me if I'm wrong, where a judge has put a stop work order on adding some turn lanes to an existing roadway, but I guess if that were to happen, then we could stop, but I haven't ever heard of, I don't remember one, do you?
I do not, no.
Okay. I don't see any reason not to propose, or not to send it forward tonight, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Snowden, or I don't know if we have any more. Can you recall what development project that these improvements were linked to? For instance, we make conditions for improvements with zonings. Do you recall?
I don't believe these conditions or this turn lane was conditioned at zoning. It is my recollection that they were done as part of the concept plan. I don't believe they were done at zoning, but they may have been. I just don't recall that.
Do you recall what development, a subdivision, the name of the subdivision, or?
This particular subdivision,
Yes.
Westland Oaks. Westland Oaks is the name of this subdivision. Yes, ma'am. And it came in various phases, but Westland Oaks is the subdivision that was, I guess, done in phases, and this would be the last phase of that particular development.
Okay. And Commissioner Russell, are you aware of any active litigation currently?
I have just been in contact with members that are representing Westland Oaks, and they have told me that they are in the process of filing the litigation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. Director Snowden, is there anything about this project that would not be of extreme benefit to the citizens of Knox County?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Is there anything in this project that would not be of extreme benefit to our traffic conditions and the citizens of Knox County?
No, ma'am. If we have to, for this third phase of this development to proceed, we would 100% need this turn lane in there to protect the public. I will make mention, we had another item on the agenda too, and some of you all received there's a subdivision just west of there that we're trying to get some sidewalk connections installed too. So a companion item to this that was on consent, just to briefly highlight it, was we're going to look to see, because, if you drive that section of Westland, it goes in and out of 3 lanes, so we would like to tie all that together. So we are going to get the same consultant to look at the right of way through there. And if and when this developer completes that turn lane, we would also like to try to use some county resources to make that connection all the way to Pellissippi, to where that weaving would be taken out. So we'd like to expand the project a little bit.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Russell?
Yes, I just want to explain that I am not questioning whether this project is needed. It's needed whether, quite honestly, the development goes in or not. Westland desperately needs some improvement. And that is where my concern comes from, not from the fact that it does not need improvement, but from the fact that it definitely does need improvement. And my concern is if one subdivision goes into court and asks for an injunction and this is tied together with that development and that gets postponed, it could stop this from happening at all for 2 or 3 years or 4 years, however long that the litigation takes place. And I just didn't want Knox County to be tied up where our hands are tied because we joined hands, so to speak, with the developer, and are therefore kind of, it's all tied together. The developer does not have his funding. I spoke with him Wednesday of last week. He does not have his funding So we're not in no way postponing or slowing down his process. He does not have his funding together yet. He does not have his approval together yet from HUD. Obviously, he would like to go ahead and proceed on so he can put a check mark next to that particular item. But it's not going to slow him down if we postpone this so that we see that maybe we're helping the citizens out. Because like I said, I feel like that they definitely do need the road improvements, and that's why I'm being so cautious about it, because I don't want the road improvements to be stopped unless, if they're tied together.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. With all due respect, Commissioner Russell, if we did not approve these type of improvements because there might be a possibility of pending litigation, which at this time does not even exist, this commission would probably not move forward on anything, because there is always a possibility with everything of pending litigation.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Russell, when you're asking for a postponement, how far out are you talking about postponing it?
A month or two. Like I said, I spoke with the residents of Westland Oaks and have been told that they have already obtained an attorney. The attorney is in the process of writing up the litigation. I'm just trying to keep it from being all coupled together and possibly so that it's no longer inside Knox County's control. That if we, 2 years from now, while the litigation is still, raging on in appeals or whatever, we decide to put in a turn lane, there hasn't been some kind of injunction or, saying nothing shall move forward until this case is decided.
All right, thank you. Because yes, I too had received a phone call from, I guess their attorney and explained something to, and this wasn't even on my radar until I received the phone call. And so, just thinking, I kind of understand what you're talking about, and no, there's no litigation yet. But it's not like we're voting no tonight. It'd be a postponement to just give it some time, let it breathe. Particularly if we're not holding anything up by just postponing them 30 days to see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Moyers, I want to go back to my previous question. Have you ever heard of a judge stopping a Knox County from building a turn lane in the right-of-way that accesses a major artery during any kind of pending litigation over a development that might connect to that turn lane?
No, I have not heard of such a thing. And I've never experienced this in Knox County. I've heard of judges for environmental reasons stopping road construction if there's some issue with the environment. But Mr. Snowden, this is a development that the county would be contracting for and seeing that happens, correct?
That is correct. We'll design it, procure any right-of-way, and construct it, and be reimbursed fully by the developer.
Right. The only role the developer has is to pay for it ultimately, correct?
Correct. And the way the MOU is worded, which is not this item, but the next item, says that he can do site grading and site preparation, but he cannot occupy any buildings until these improvements are completed.
Right. Under those circumstances, it's really difficult to see, even if there's litigation, how Knox County would be put on the line. As Mr. Snowden has said, we need these turn lanes regardless of whether or not this particular subdivision goes in. So while litigation might interfere with the funding process to some extent, I do not see any circumstances where a judge would tell us you cannot build that turn lane.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Thank you. Commissioner Durrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Russell, if we were to postpone this for a month or two, and let's say this potential litigation is filed, when it comes back to us, then what would be what would your consideration be for these two items?
Okay, so basically, if it did come back to, if the litigation gets filed, what they're going to ask for is that everything be postponed until it's settled in court, whether he can proceed or not. By postponing this, we're not postponing him anything. And by not doing it, it allows Knox County to be able to make those road improvements if we so chose. If he gets postponed, from my understanding, and we can ask, and that's why I had my mic on to ask Mr. Snowden or Director Snowden, but my understanding is at this point, we're not planning on making those improvements unless the next item on the agenda, the understanding with the developer, occurs. So if we're not going to make the adjustment or the improvements at this time in 2025, unless the developer is involved, and we know that he may not be involved at some point in time, why would we want to link hands? Because maybe in 2026, we might want to make those improvements, or those improvements may need to be made. And then we've got an agreement with him that he's supposed to pay for it. Well, he's not going to pay for it because he's in litigation. And so it's all tied together. And I'm just trying to keep things from being all tied together so that we can make decisions as they come up and as they're ready to be made.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Russell. I see this as postponing to a postponement indefinitely for unknowns, for things that we don't even know will happen, could happen. We're guessing right now. So I don't think holding up the county, holding up important road improvements for things that could potentially happen, even if it's 30 days, 60 days, or 2 years if it's spent in litigation. I don't think that that is a good move on our part, so I will be supporting this one and the next one.
Thank you. Commissioner Jay?
I just had one quick follow-up question for Mr. Snowden. Sorry, it percolated after I turned my light off. I've heard from several people tonight, including Ms. Russell, that there's a current need for turn lanes in this area for the current residents of Westland Oaks, correct?
There is a street there now, and certainly the need is there, but prior to this development, creating an additional traffic, it doesn't meet the warrant that we would establish. There are certain warrants that that good standard practice says this many left turns with this many opposing traffic and this much following traffic. So, but any additional lots created trips the warrant. But yes, much like any busy road, a turn lane does provide value and safety to any roadway.
Okay, so that need exists, and it's going to continue to exist as long as that corridor has more and more people on it or more traffic. Okay. Without the developer paying for this, would Knox County have any resources to do this on our own currently as part of our capital plan or capital budget or any other thing that would it be high on the list?
We don't have anything planned at the moment. We do, and I think I've talked to a couple of you about an extension of sidewalk down there. And obviously, we would like to try to make some smaller improvements, but the turn lane into, I think it's Ridge Climb or Way or Road, is not on our radar and would not be on our radar, but it before this development entering this MOU.
Okay, and this, help me understand the triggering timeline. This, if approved, if 35 and 36 were approved tonight, this, the developer, the person that's in the agreement, West Knox Developers, would write the check, and you would go forth and make this happen in what time frame?
I would think we could probably get started on construction sometime next year, complete construction next year, and then they could start occupying homes. But the way the agreement is codified, because really at this point the warrant isn't met, but any additional left turns it will be met. We want to hold any additional certificate of occupancies for their development. So essentially they won't be able to build or occupy any structures until the turn lane that this agreement codifies is complete and done, which should be sometime next year.
Okay, so you have a a need now, you have somebody else paying for it, you have the facility to do it, and it can be done within about a year. Is that a good summary?
Close enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to piggyback on Commissioner Jay's question, the existing development, which is Phase 1 and Phase 2, it did not determine that a turn lane was required.
Correct. The Phase 1 and Phase 2, essentially the warrant was here and it got right up to the threshold. And now this last phase will then trip that threshold and create the need for the turn lane.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no more discussion, we do have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Frazier to approve. So all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
Commissioner Frazier passed. You passed? But didn't you second it?
I did, but you can pass.
Okay. And then Commissioner Russell. Okay. Russell and Frazier. Yes. Did you pass or no?
I'm passing.
Pass. There are two passes.
Madam Chair, can I pass as well?
Yes. Okay. Next item, please.
Item number 36 is Resolution 409. It's approving a memorandum of understanding with West Knox Developers LLC for road improvements to Westland Drive.
All right, do I have a motion on the floor? I have a motion made by Commissioner Jackson,
Second.
second by Commissioner Rawls. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Pass.
That'll be the same three, Russell, Frazier, and Thompson. Yes, next item, please.
Item number 39, Resolution 901. It's approving a commercial purchase and sale agreement in the amount of $4,350,000 with Fort Loudon Waste and Recycling Incorporated, Jason W. Bells, and Edgestock LLC for 2742 Hancock Street and 302 North Avenue for a county-wide maintenance facility.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Frazier. I did get that Commissioner Jay would like to sign on to this. Is that correct? Would anybody else like to sign on to this resolution?
Yes, Madam Chair.
No, it's not full commission. Yes. Yes, so would that like to be full commission? Yes? All right. So the motion is for the full commission to accept by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Frazier. Any discussion? Commissioner Durrett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for signing on to this. This property is in District 2, and I'm not sure if you're aware of the history of this property, but in 2019 or 2020, it caught fire. It was a pretty large fire that did encroach in the bordering neighborhood of Oakwood Lincoln Park. And since then, there have been subsequent fires due to that original fire and due to the nature of the facility being a waste and recycling plant. And so I appreciate the mayor and my colleagues for signing on to this and bringing this forward. And I'm excited for bringing life back to this because the owners were also delinquent in their property taxes. So we are also bringing this back. Well, not this particular property, but the move can put other more desirable properties back on our tax rolls. And so I see this as a win-win all the way around. And I just thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we've got a motion on the floor. And all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Next item.
Item number 42, Resolution 906, is amending the Knox County Commission rules, Rule 1, Section M, elections or appointments to open the appointment application process for board and committee appointments.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, a second by Commissioner Jay. Any discussion? Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, this is just to open the application process so that it will be open applications for all appointments to boards and committees that are county affiliated.
Thank you. Seeing no more discussion, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Item number 43, Resolution 907, is amending the Knox County Commission rules, Rule 6, Section C, road and right-of-way closure to amend the procedure for road and right-of-way closures.
Have a motion on the floor.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, second by Commissioner Durrett. Any discussion? Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, and Director Snowden is standing by, but I always love when something occurs during one of our meetings that we think, you know what, we could do that a little bit better. And then we address it through policies or procedures. And that's exactly what Director Snowden, Commissioner Hill, from an experience that she had, that's exactly what we did. And they brought it to our Rules Committee, and we were very grateful. And going to let Jim just tell you, or excuse me, Director Snowden, tell you a little bit about it.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner Frazier. Yeah, that's exactly right. We had, as we talked a few months ago about the closure of Low Betty Road, there was a constituent that brought up an issue that I don't think any of us realized. I've been to county 25 years, and we've been doing road closures for 25 years the same way, and it's probably time to take another look and see what we could do to improve that. So really, we have a couple of changes here. One is which the road closure process historically has always been 2 readings of this body. The city only does 1. Talking to Mr. Moyers, we don't know where 2 ever came from. So we've always done it that way. So we are going to change that for from 2 readings to 1. And then the others are really just process requirements as far as engineering public works or a commissioner being an applicant. And then obviously one of the things that we had as part of Low Betty, the constituent brought up that when we as the engineering department request a closure, we didn't do a canvas form. Well, we didn't think we had to because as the engineering department, we're looking at things through the lens of public safety and things like that that may not always be publicly well received, but it's certainly in the best interest of the public. So these 3 items, to Commissioner Frazier's point, really hopefully will facilitate a little better and cleaner rule process as we go through this process, and we appreciate your support on this item.
Thank you. We've got a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Frazier, second by Commissioner Durrett. There's no more discussion. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Item 44 is Resolution 908. It's amending the Knox County Commission rules, Rule 6, Section E, honorary resolutions, proclamations, and discussion items to add the definitions of ordinance and resolution.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, second by Commissioner Jay. Any discussion? Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another item that came out of the Rules Committee, we just realized that we do not define resolution or ordinances in our commission rules. And so with the help of the law department, we have done so.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, second by Commissioner Jay to approve. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Item 45 is Resolution 909. It's amending the Knox County Commission rules, Rule 2, Section D, responsibilities of the chair, and Section E, responsibilities of the vice chair, to revise language regarding the Development Corporation Board.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, second by Commissioner Hill. Any discussion? Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, one last item that came out of the Rules Committee, we are simply revising the language to replace the Development Corporation with Joint Economic and Community Development Board because the name has changed. And so we are updating and cleaning up the language. And secondly, we are deleting entirely that the vice chair serves as a board member of the Development Corporation because I do not. So we have cleaned up that language.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, we have motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, second by Commissioner Hill to approve. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, please.
Item 46, Resolution 911, is approving a contract with Othram Incorporated for the provision of forensic, genealogy testing services. This contract is funded through a grant and will not require extra funding from the county.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion approved. Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jay, second by Commissioner Frazier. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Next item. No, we don't have any public forum. All right. Other business, I've got a reminder that we are scheduled for a breakfast with the zoo on March 13th at 8 a.m. I've only heard from a few of you, so please let me know if you're going to be able to make it. When we set these up, I always like to let the people know how many commissioners to expect, and if I don't hear from anybody, it's hard to do that. Commissioner Durrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind our commission to look for a community event or something going on to take your junior commissioner to. If you have not done so, we are approaching our last month with this junior commission class. It has flown by, so please ensure that you're providing them an opportunity to go to some kind of event, community event, neighborhood meeting, ribbon cutting. I'm not going to say don't want you to do it during school hours, but we prefer they be after school hours or on the weekends. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Russell.
Yes, just on a personal item, I wanted to wish my husband a happy birthday.
Thank you.
He has been driving me around for quite a while now while I'm healing up from my vision issues, so wanted to wish him happy birthday and thank him.
Well, thank you. Happy birthday. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. I just wanted to welcome several of my LK classmates here that are observing tonight. Best class ever.
Thank you. Seeing no other business before this commission, we are adjourned and we will start zoning in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I picked really big. I don't have anything. I've got some stuff. It's usually a really good. So far, I haven't got it. Well, the older I get, yeah. What it costs. I don't think there's a term. I've been going to say medical doctor. He knows everything. Right, yeah. Well, I'm sure you. Yeah, he don't want to be showing you around.
Thank you. I call to order this zoning meeting for February 24th at 6:27. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Rawls. Commissioner Darrett. Commissioner Oster.
Here.
Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Russell.
Here.
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Fox.
Here.
Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
Thank you.
Junior commissioners.
Junior commissioners, yes.
Junior Commissioner Powell.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Zanders.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Tarbox.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Patel.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Whitcomb.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Brazard.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Price.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Kingsford.
Here.
Junior Commissioner Davis.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Graves.
Present.
Junior Commissioner Greenwood.
Present.
Thank you. I will now turn it over to Commissioner Thompson for the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next is the amendments to the agenda. We have no additions. Number 7 is deferred to March, and number 8 and number 9 are withdrawn. Again, no additions. Number 7 to defer to March. And withdraw is number 8 and number 9. Do I have a motion to set the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I should have given more than 10 minutes for everybody. We're all off. I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, second by Commissioner Jackson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Approval of minutes. Do I have a motion for Commissioner Frazier? Second. Second by Commissioner Thompson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Public forum. We have 2 signed up for public forum. First is Kevin Murphy.
Maybe heard when the item.
Yes. The second one is Randy Cunningham. Mr. Cunningham, would you rather be heard now or when the item is presented? Okay, we can do that. We can do that. I'm going to now turn it over to Director Moyers to swear in the individuals.
All right, if you're here to speak to this body on any item on the agenda, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Be seated, please.
Thank you. First item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 1 is 1-D-25-RZ, request of Benchmark Associates Incorporated for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential at 2007 Robinson Road, parcel ID 105-224 in the 3rd Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I'm Benny Mormon with Benchmark Associates, 10308 Hardin Valley Road.
Thank you very much. Do we have any opposition to this item? Seeing none, Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it is consistent with the surrounding development and the Knox County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from commissioners? Seeing none, we've already spoken, and so, Commissioner Frazier.
Oh, I was just going to ask if you would speak a little bit about your project.
Really not much of a project at this point other than rezoning. My client is interested in adding one home to the property.
Seeing no other questions, since this is in my district, turn it over to myself. I make a motion to approve RA low-density residential because it's consistent with surrounding development, the Knox County Comprehensive Plan.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I told you I'd make it quick and easy on you.
Thank you
There
so
go.
much.
Thank you. Have a good
Appreciate y'all.
evening. Next item, please.
Item number 2, 1-F-25-RZ, request of Paul Blake for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential at 125 Highland View Drive, parcel ID 138-002-003 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Do we have the applicant? If you'll step forward, please. Give your name and county of residence.
I'm Paul Blake, Sevier County.
Okay. And we don't have any opposition. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
It's just fixing some lot line encroachment.
Okay. Do we have any questions from commissioners? Seeing none, I will turn this over to District Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve this zoning request because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
I have a motion made by Commissioner Fox, second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 3, 1-M-25-RZ is a request of Terry Romans for rezoning from A agricultural to CN neighborhood commercial at 1907 East Governor John Sevier Highway, parcel ID 111-03606 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Hi. If you'll give your name and county of residence, please.
Terry Romans, I'm the engineering surveyor that represents Mr. Webb on his
Okay.
property. I live at 1923 Hopewell Road, Knoxville, 37920.
Okay. And I don't have anybody signed up for opposition on this item, so Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CN neighborhood commercial zone because it is consistent with the intent and location criteria of the CN zone.
Thank you. And would you like to speak to your project?
Sure. They're building a large subdivision right down from where Mr. Webb owns his property, and we're looking at maybe doing some either storage or some type of strip development that would support that neighborhood, because they're putting in a lot of houses down there. They're compact, and storage would be, and they're beside Knox Chapman Utility District. So I think it would help the neighborhood that's going in.
Okay, perfect. Do we have any discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Brooks, I noticed that the staff recommendation was to deny because it's partially related, that the zoning is partially related to the place site, that it doesn't meet the required criteria for partially related. Can you speak to that a little more?
So staff's analysis of this and was the basis of their recommendation to deny was that the zoning should generally be placed at street intersections that include either collector or arterial street, as close to the edge of a neighborhood as possible. While this property is on an arterial, it is not at an intersection or on the edge of a residential neighborhood. There is residential development in the area, but staff didn't feel like it was sufficient density to support some additional commercial zoning in this location. In addition, the CN zone staff looked at the comprehensive plan and found it to be inconsistent with implementation policy 4, which prefers commercial development to consist of walkable mixed-use centers, corridors, and neighborhood nodes. This site is adjacent to the Knox-Chapman Utility District and a number of large single-family homes.
Thank you, Director Brooks.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I tend to, I guess a little, this is just on the line, just outside of District 8. So I tend to agree with staff. This is in the middle of a residential, not an intersection, but just the neighborhood commercial, just in general, possibly storage, possibly strip building, something. It's a really odd place to put that type of, I guess, development or building, construction, whatever, inside that residential. To me, it seems very out of place. So I tend to agree with staff on this one.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Romans, first, has there been a discussion with the people who live directly across the street with respect to this proposed development?
Yes, I think there were only two, I guess, people that commented about it. And the lady across the street was here at the commission meeting, or planning commission meeting, and she came over and talked to us, and we told her what we was wanting to do, and she was fine with it. The only other person was Carson Bailey.
How far away is the proposed, or the tract of land from French Road? Because that's an intersection, right?
Yeah, there's two French roads there.
Well, it's the one
in there. Yeah.
It's.
I don't know without looking at my drawings. I mean, I
You
could.
can't. Okay, you can't see it up there, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So it's
You have
actually
plenty of sight distance if that would be an issue. I mean, we've looked at sight distance, so there's plenty of sight distance based on the speed of the highway.
okay. I have a question for Director Brooks, Madam Chair. Okay, Director Brooks, with commercial neighborhood, isn't there a distance for the intersection, or when you're talking about an intersection in commercial neighborhood, because that's one of the criteria, it has to be, the proposed rezoned tract of land has to be within a certain distance of that intersection, is that correct?
I'm looking at the zone here. It doesn't say a specific distance. It says just that the generally be placed at street intersections that include either a collector or arterial street as close to the edge of the neighborhood as possible. Let me look a little bit further down here.
Well, do either you or Director Snowden know the distance from French Road to this particular tract of land? I'm trying to look it up right now.
Based on the scale at the bottom of the map, it looks like it's over 600 feet.
I'm showing 548 feet.
839 feet, according to KGIS.
I'm doing the same thing, and I'm getting 548 feet.
It looks like it's a little over, well, it depends on where you measure from, but 500 to 600 feet.
Okay, all right. All right. And now, Mr. Romans, the Knox-Chapman office has an location has an office building, is that correct?
Yes.
And then it has a bunch of big water tanks, correct?
Yes.
And then,
Back by the river.
yeah, and then it's got other industrial type equipment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then that's right next to an already existing residential neighborhood, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is not really going to be out of character with what's already there. Do you agree?
No.
Okay.
I agree. Yes. I
Yes.
agree.
All right. Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Durrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With zonings, I typically go with the zoning commissioner. This one, I'm not saying I'm not, it gives me pause because we worked for 18 months to create our growth policy plan, and this would not be honoring that. And so that's just that is where my hesitation lies. I don't know if anyone else wants to speak to that, but and even for some commissioners who, the ones that were just sworn in and even our ones from 22, we've been working on that, gosh, I can't tell you how many hours we as commissioners have spent on it, our staff has put into it. So that's what's giving me pause on this one. And that and the zoning stays with the land and not the owner. I appreciate that you all are looking to put commercial in for the residents that will be there, and it's neighborhood commercial. However, y'all could get the zoning and then sell it tomorrow. And who knows what would be there then. And so that's what's making me concerned about this one.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion? Commissioner Hill?
I have a little bit of reluctance voting on this, to be perfectly candid. I did not make it out to District 9 to look at it. And I'm kind of thinking, Commissioner Fox, I don't know how familiar you are with this.
Very, very familiar.
Okay, because
Yes.
you were asking about the distances and all that.
Yes.
So, all right, if you're familiar with this, I'll defer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
Yes, I just want to say that I do support this, that I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but I have seen inconsistencies with place type, and I've made big deals about inconsistencies with place type since I've taken this office. And zoning that has taken place and decisions that were made by this body before I stepped into office, where place types were changed, the plan was changed because, just within a few months of having spent 18 months. And so I don't get that argument, particularly with respect to this particular piece of property, because it's next door to effectively what's an industrial site, okay? With an office building, commercial and industrial, all in one. And so I believe this commercial zone will be helpful when it comes to this new development that's going in. It's very close to an intersection. So I think that we should support the Planning Commission. I don't always support the Planning Commission's decisions, but I think they made a good decision in this one. And I therefore move that this rezoning request be adopted because it's consistent with the intent and location criteria of the commercial neighborhood zone.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox and a second by Commissioner Lee. Okay. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm only pausing on this again because, yes, we have French Road, but it's, looking at the map, it doesn't seem like it's correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like it's a major intersection. I was trying to figure out what side streets and residents it goes to. It's a very, once you head down French Road, it's a very rural, open space, probably, I'm assuming, not a very heavily trafficked area.
It goes back by my house. I come out that road. I come out that road several times a week.
I guess yes, Knox Chapman is there. I guess it's a little different since they're a utility, but I don't know. It just doesn't, to me, it just doesn't seem to fit.
If you're asking about traffic
Since
on that
in
road?
the rural conservation and it's still ag, so.
There's not a lot of traffic on that. I mean, it's just a road that loops around and.
On
there's
French Road?
Not a lot of houses on French Road. I mean.
Yeah, well,
there's
that's what I'm
not a lot
saying.
of
As
traffic.
far as it being close to a major intersection with traffic and to warrant a neighborhood commercial type development, it's a very small rural road. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. Director Brooks, I can't pull this up because I'm out of juice here, but could you just hit the high spots on the CN zoning? Aren't there limits in size of building and that sort of thing?
Yes, are you wanting to know dimensional standards or the uses that are allowed?
Let me have both.
Okay. So it does allow retail sales that are limited to, I won't read out the entire list for you all, but, grocery stores, clothing, jewelry, garden and lawn supplies, florists, things like that, of that
Gotcha.
nature, barbers, shops, dental offices, vet clinics. There are some uses that are permitted on review, so those would have to come back before the planning commission. So outdoor storage of materials, fueling stations, self-service storage facilities, vehicle repair. Building height is limited to 35 feet, and no individual building or commercial establishment shall have a floor area exceeding 5,000 square feet.
5,000 square feet. So if he were to want to put the storage facility, he'd have to come back for use on review?
Yes. Yes, self-storage facilities would have to come back for use on review.
Oh, were you aware of that?
Yes.
All right.
Commissioner Russell?
I was just curious, so you would be able to do a self-storage facility in a size of less than 5,000 square feet and still be,
It's my understanding that's per building, not just 5,000 square foot on that.
Director Brooks?
yeah.
I think they limit.
It's limited to 5,000 square feet
In total?
in total.
In total, okay. Was that it, Commissioner Russell?
yes, I
Okay.
was just,
Okay. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would I guess that was a question you all may have had too. So it's 5,000 square feet total. Is that sufficient for your storage units for you all?
Not total, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's-
that's what the limit is 5,000 square feet total for storage units.
Per building.
No, total, per lot. Correct? Is it 5,000 square feet total per lot?
This just came before BZA. I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay, so it'd be 5,000 square feet total for storage units.
And I just want to let you know, I've got 3 buildings.
Step up to the mic though, please.
Can you
I
get
have-
your name and address too?
Jimmy Webb, 585 Pickens Gap Road, Seymour.
Thank you, thank you.
I have 3 buildings probably a mile away, and I've had them for right around 30 years. Never had the first problem, never had the first neighbor issue. And I keep them mowed, I keep them landscaped. And, I was looking at doing something like I've got, or doing a storage facility just because of the residential areas, apartments, all the apartments, 250 units going up less than 200 yards.
The reason I was asking is, for this particular rezoning for neighborhood commercial, for this lot, the limit would be 5,000 square feet. And irregardless of what they look like or whatever, that's the total space that you would be allowed per BZA's standard. So if 5,000 square feet is not adequate enough for you to pursue storage units, then it would not behoove us to rezone it to neighborhood commercial, because if you can't do storage units and you were to sell the property, then we've opened a whole can of worms of other potential uses.
I was understanding for the last meeting that it was 5,000 square foot per building. You could do 2 buildings there for storage. It's not?
No. Director Brooks, do you want to speak to that? Just, I want to make sure that they're not confused, so.
I mean, I can do my best. So BZA just recently took up this particular issue. The code is unclear. I mean, and so that has been one of the challenges. But BZA did rule that it was 5,000 square foot per lot in total.
Okay, per lot, so it's not per building.
On that neighborhood commercial, can I do the office warehouse like I've got, the small ones for tenants? I mean, I was saying either or. I've got 3 buildings less than a mile away that's got office, like one of them's got 3 units, one's got 4 units, one's got 4 units. And I've got 2 10,000 square foot buildings and a 5,000.
Right, but those they would not be in neighborhood commercial zoning. They would be in a different.
It was planned commercials, what those were.
Okay, that would be
Yes.
planned commercial, so that would give you a much broader use of that piece of property than neighborhood commercial would. Neighborhood commercial, but since it's deemed neighborhood commercial, it is more restrictive, smaller scale, to fit within the neighborhood. Director Brooks, am I explaining that correctly?
Yes, if it's in a different
Yeah.
zone.
Commissioner Jay? You're not gonna, okay, never mind. All right, so, right now we have a motion on the floor. I'm almost, for me, Commissioner Fox, I think I would feel better maybe postponing this and letting them talk to planning and actually kind of figure out what they're doing, because they're kind of confused on what they can do, and it may be, that's just kind of my thought about it. If you'd like to redo your motion, or I can make a substitute if you want me to. Okay. So I'm going to make a substitute motion to postpone for 30 days. And we have a second by Commissioner Jay.
Can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Gentlemen, I seconded her motion, and I think that, I just want to tell you why. I literally, I understand both sides of this argument on both spectrums. I think it'd be, if it's clear what's going to happen and you guys had some clear direction, it's going to be between 2 neighborhoods, but it's also right next to a big commercial. I think it's kind of a weird spot. And I think if it was clear, this commission would be clear about whether or not it's something that they either want to stick very strictly to what we thought on paper, or make sense to support the residents that would have an asset of some kind. I think if you came in and said it was a small commercial retail center that would support the neighborhoods, or grocery or something like that, everybody would have probably said it kind of makes sense. But storage units end up being a different world altogether, and it seems a little vague. So I think give it more time. If you guys are up for that, I mean, this body will decide, but I think if you could find a more clear path with some direction, then you probably will find a more less hesitant commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Jay. And that's really what I was doing. So you guys kind of everybody be on the same page, and you wouldn't kind of be confused on what to do. So that's the reason I did
Probably
that.
need to have a prayer meeting with planning
You called
to
planning.
maximize what we can do with the property.
Exactly. So I think that's a good opportunity for you to sit down and talk to planning, figure out what you can do, and then it's a great opportunity for you to get back with Commissioner Fox. So everybody's kind of on the same page. So we have a substitute motion on the floor to postpone for 30 days, and a second by Commissioner Jay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Best of luck. Next item, please.
Item 4 is 1-E-25-RZ. It's a request of Thomas Burdette for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential at 7217 Bell Road, parcel ID 029JA00303 in the 7th Commission District.
Thank you. Mr. Burdette. If you will give your name and address, please.
Hi there, my name's Kevin Dean. I'm from Cumberland County, 7 Fire Tower Road.
Thank you. And we do have opposition on this. This is Mr. Cunningham for this item. Yes? Okay. So the applicant will have 5 minutes to address commission and let us know what your plans are on the project.
Okay.
And then the opposition will also have 5 minutes.
We're
So
s-
if, Director Brooks, if you can read planning commission, and then you've got your time.
Okay.
That'll start, okay?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Now, go right ahead.
Okay, we're seeking to build 7 residential homes on this tract. Each home will be on a third of an acre, and I believe we're within your county's development plan.
Okay. All right. Is that all you want to say?
That's pretty much it.
Okay. Mr. Cunningham. If you'll give your name and address, please, and you've got 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes to address commission.
My name's Randy Cunningham, and I live in the Indian Crossing subdivision, which is located on Bell Road.
Okay.
I just found out about this about 2 weeks ago. There's so much new housing and rezonings and halls, it's wild. I mean, I live on Bell Road, which is basically 8/10 of a mile long. We've got 246 homes on that road, and that's a country road. It was built probably 50 years ago. Asphalt on the side. We don't have white lines on the side. They won't fit. If they did, you couldn't get by each other. All we got's a good center line out there, mostly for tractors, cars, and that's about it. A few wagons still run down that road. But our problem is we got 3 large subdivisions out there already. You got Haynesville, Indian Crossing, and Jennifer Place. And if you just thought about that, 246 homes, of at least 3 or 4 cars, and nowadays people have 5 or 6 cars. We've got over 700 cars on them road out there for 8/10 of a mile. And you can't pass people half the time because everybody drives faster than what they should. I know when I first moved out there 33 years ago, I could ride my bike down the halls or I could walk down there if I wanted to. You can't walk on that road or ride a bike on it anymore. You'd get killed. And I understand, I have nothing wrong with his homes. That's fine, but the only thing I have against it, and most people in the halls, I don't know anybody that supports it on Bell Road because you're putting 3 houses on a yard or a lot, acre, and everything out there is single dwelling. Some of them have a half acre, some people have an acre, some people have up to 3 or 4 acres. And now, we've been out there for 30 years, and I have nothing against the commission, I understand, you want to grow. But all of a sudden, you want to change the zoning. What's going to happen? He's bought a 2.4 acre lot out there, and he's going to put 7 homes on it. Somebody else out there is going to die, because there's a lot of older people out there. Those are farmers out there. They're going to die. Their family's going to sell it. Then you're going to have 10 acres at 3. What is that? You're up to 30 homes or 300 homes before you know it. And there's 2 large parcels out there. Somebody's going to develop those parcels. Now, if I was a developer, if I have all these houses all crammed in there, then why would I want to bring out $500,000 to $1 million homes? That's what we've got in that subdivision. You're killing the values of those properties, and that's what everybody's fearing out there. And it's a shame to, when I drove out there wasn't traffic, but my gosh, Emory Road's exploded. I mean, we go from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. I'll tell you what, we got more people coming down Emory Road than they got out there at the interstate. And I'm not kidding you. Come out there one time. And since my wife made me come up here tonight, they ought to make all you all come and ride with me to go to Halls one time. You can sit in the back seat, and my wife will sit in the front, and you'll hear everything. We're going to get killed down here getting on this road. It's that bad. Everybody coming from Corrigan cuts through Bell Road to get to Fountain City. Everybody coming home at night cuts back through to get off of Halls traffic and come right back down our way, Bell Road. I mean, we're swamped, and it ain't gonna get no better. I just asked for some help. The road system out there, I've been there 33 years, it ain't changed. And, if you go to Google about these PUD homes, Our sisters out here in Lenore City are struggling with it. They have put it off a whole year. And I've been down, I inherited some property down in Farragut on the water. They put those homes down there. All you see is roof lines. I couldn't live down there because, first of all, I couldn't find my house. They'll build 300 of them. You drive in there, and they're all the same color. I mean, you're lost. I'm just asking for help. Y'all got problems coming with that because Halls has just busted the scene. And sometimes you wonder if there's any control out there. So that's all I'm here for tonight. I have no problem with him building his house, and my father was a builder. My brother's done a lot of developing. I understand that. But somebody's got to put the cart behind the horse because now the cart's 50 yards ahead of the horse. And we can't even go eat dinner that night. You can't get down there. You got to leave 2 hours to get in the Halls. So I appreciate any consideration. I thank y'all for y'all's time.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. We appreciate it. All right. Would you like to respond? You have the ability to do that. Come back forward because you may have some commissioners that have some questions for
Right.
you.
I don't really have anything to say other than I've been a builder for 37 years. We're trying to fulfill a need. We bought this tract hoping we could maximize as many houses as we can, and we feel like a house on a third acre is sufficient. Now, we would be open to going lower density if we needed to, but we feel like we're building a good-sized house, 1,400 square foot on an ample-sized lot. So I don't have anything to say about the traffic. I know you were aware of that, and that's the way it is everywhere. You can go to North Shore, you can go to Fountain City, it doesn't matter where you go, you're going to find traffic, so.
All right. We'll stay right there because I'm sure you got questions.
Sure.
Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. Did you reach out to the district commissioner to talk about the project?
No, I don't believe we have.
Have you reached out to anyone in the community?
We have. We've met with all the local neighbors, and everybody seems to be on board with it.
Okay, and then Director Snowden, can you tell me what's the road width of Bell?
Yeah, for sure, Commissioner Frazier. We've, these questions come up a lot, so I've got my staff doing these monthly now. We did measure at several locations, and we felt like the average width along Bell Road in this particular corridor was 20 feet wide, so you have two 10-foot lanes out there.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the gentleman in opposition, I tried not to take offense because he called me out. I am one of those Coreyton residents who does take Bell Road and Crippen Road as a cut through. For me, Bell Road, it's a peculiar location. I'm not exactly sure who thought it was a great idea to put the larger subdivisions on Bell Road in the past, but it doesn't, it goes from Emory Road and it's kind of the road that goes to another little road that goes to another little road that eventually gets back to Mandeville Highway. So it's not, it's an odd little road. And yes, it is frequently used as a cut through because when there's accidents on Emory and you can't get through, then you take Crippen and Bell and Beeler and all those other little cut through roads. So, yeah, this is the tough one for me to go, yeah, sounds great. So, yeah, I'd spoken with a few of the other residents that came up to me, and so anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. Looking at that, our planning staff did approve this. The growth plan supports suburban residential, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what he's talking about building is approximately 3 per acre. I actually remember when the Indian Hills, what is the subdivision?
It's Indian Hills.
Yeah, I actually lived in Halls at that point in time, Mr. Cunningham, and I remember when that was built then, and people thought it was horrible because it was out in the middle of, a farm, and unfortunately, that just seems to be that just seems to be where we are now with our growth, so much growth and development. But I have a hard time not supporting this recommendation because it does in fact support our growth plan that we worked so diligently to lay out to begin with. And there is a subdivision directly behind it. It looks like it's probably three per acre. And even across the street is at least 2 per acre. So I would tend to support this ask.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do sympathize with Mr. Cunningham. I have had a number of people I've talked to off of Bell Road and in that area. I cannot support these units per acre. I would make a motion that we approve it with 1 unit per acre would be my motion.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lee and a second by Commissioner Frazier. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of reference, because I'm looking at the map and obviously it gives us addresses, whatever. Bell Road, where it comes out on Emory, is that where the Chow Hall is?
It is.
Okay. I'm very familiar with that one because I've known that's an odd offset intersection. So I'm coming off of Bell, I can't see it for Bell Road. The subdivision that Commissioner Hill had referenced, that one has direct access to Emory Road, where the one on Bell Road does not. The Bell comes out on Emory. So, yep, I'll defer on this one. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually opposed to the 3 per acre, but for completely different reasons. Is that I think that when we're in suburban residential, this close to a main artery on Emory Road, we need to be at a minimum of 5 or 6 per acre. That's kind of where I'm coming from, is that I'm looking at minimum per acre. But I think 3 is a reasonable number, and I make a motion to amend the current motion to do the 3 per acre as presented. A substitute motion.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting. We have some discrepancy with the RA zoning. You typically don't set density, it's a square footage. So we need to take that into consideration. In PR, you can set density, but in RA, it's a minimum or maximum square.
RA is 10,000 square foot minimum size. So if he's got a single lot, he would have to subdivide it. And the subdivided lots have to be a minimum of 10,000 square feet. But that's set by the ordinance, okay? It's not, PR is where we set density separately. So since he's seeking RA, if you give him RA, then he can build a house every 10,000 square feet.
Oh.
Okay? So if you want to limit the density, what you'd have to do is rezone it to PR. But since there's no indication that PR was considered here, we'd probably have to send it back to Planning Commission for their recommendation if you wanted to do that.
So,
I
Commissioner,
will amend my motion then.
We have an amended motion. Yes, that's correct.
okay. We've got a substitute motion on the floor, though.
That's what it said.
Yeah.
She tried to amend.
Yeah. So the substitute, so, So your substitute motion is to approve the RA? Or it's to,
So my substitute motion is to approve the RA.
Okay.
As presented.
okay, all right, so, sorry, everybody. We've got a substitute motion on the floor to approve RA from Commissioner Jackson and a second by Commissioner Hill. So all in favor? Oh, any other discussion? Hold on, Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for planning. That just completely, was PR discussed with the applicant, or did you consider PR? Why did you want RA?
We felt that we were within your guidelines to build the 7 on that tract and be over a third of an acre per home. I don't believe we sought after the PR.
Okay.
RA is directly related to the suburban residential place type. I don't recall at any discussion about planned residential as an option at the planning commission meeting.
Okay.
And I've said before, our comprehensive plan and that process was very intentional. It was very thoughtful, but it's not perfect. And we have run into this where there's an RA zoning in an area where we should have probably looked at density. I have a hard time with this aligning in character and form with what is currently there. And our comprehensive plan throughout promotes aligning in character and form and preserving the natural landscape. And so that's why I'm struggling with that. I don't see 7 houses on this property aligning in character and form and preserving landscape at all. So I can't support what you're currently proposing, but I feel you.
Commissioner Lee, do you have, or is your light just still on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll make sure I don't miss anybody. All right, so let me just make sure that everybody's on board. We're on the substitute motion by Commissioner Jackson, second by Commissioner Hill, to approve the RA zone, correct? All right, so all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
All right, so we're going to do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
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 Commissioner Darrett.
Aye.
Commissioner Oster.
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Commissioner Russell.
No.
Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
No.
Commissioner Thompson.
No.
Commissioner Fox.
No.
Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Frazier.
No.
6 to 5. Yep, 6 ayes.
So it passed. Okay. It passed 6-5. Oh, best of luck with your project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next item.
Item number 5, 1-G-25-RZ is a request of Stefan Clar for rezoning from A agricultural to PR Plan residential up to 2 dwelling units per acre located at 8007 Millertown Pike, parcel ID 051016, part of, in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello,
If you can give your name and address, please.
it's Stephen Clare, 300 Letterman Road, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919.
Okay. We do have opposition, but you'll have your 5 minutes. And Director Brooks, if you will give the report, please.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan residential zone up to 2 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development, subject to 1 condition.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
Yes, ma'am. Just to give you a brief overview, I've been working with the Trout family for the past number of months in order to develop this plan. We're currently proposing 2 units an acre for a total of 43 units. We're going to be using about 9.5 acres of the property to keep us well below the 50% limit for the rural conservation. Also not intersecting the hillside protection on the back of the property, leaving all of that ridge to be what it is, which is really pretty. Rode the property with the Trouts just to give you a little concept of who they are. Families lived there for 110 years, I think. This was his brother's property. He died. Mr. Trout's in the later stages of dementia, but he rode us around the property and have asked to name the site after themselves, their family, to preserve that memory. And so they're going to be doing that, should we be able to make it through all of this. But it's been a really neat project, really neat getting to know somebody that's been there that long, and we have respectfully asked that you approve our request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, if you'll give your name and address, please. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin Murphy, President of the Knox Community Planning Alliance in Knox County. KCPA requested 8 conditions for this rezoning. Before I get into those specifics, you should understand why we're asking you to take action. It's simple. If you don't impose requirements, language using the phrase shall, then your planning commissioners will not require it. Full stop. When rezonings come up, the public hears statements like, this is just a rezoning, we're looking at density. We'll come back later and we'll take a detailed look when the plan comes in front of Planning Commission. 2 things. First, at rezoning, you're not only looking at density, but you're also signing up for the fiscal impact of the development. Secondly, you're saying if it's either approved under the existing development regulations or if you're going to add conditions that are specific to a specific site. At the development plan stage, your Planning Commission is not interested in requiring applicants to do more than the minimum shall requirements. This month, just down the road at 7514 Millertown Pike, we asked Planning Commission to add development plan conditions for tree preservation, open space management, and neighborhood connectivity. They had a long debate and then added nothing. One commissioner clearly stated the majority position. We need to stick with what we have now and address it at a later date. Staff also indicated an unwillingness to implement policy changes that are in the new plan but not mandated by strict shall statements. So the 6 of you that were on County Commission last year will recall that KCPA submitted a number of suggestions for the new comprehensive plan to give the plan teeth. Mayor Glenn Jacobs sent the County Commission a letter opposing almost all of those conditions and threatening to veto the plan if those were included. Thus, the adopted plan only has a few strict requirements in it. Our existing zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations also lack these requirements. We did try to get something done several years ago. There was a planned residential stakeholders committee that was convened in January of 2021. It met twice, but that was shelved in favor of waiting for the comprehensive plan, a plan that doesn't have teeth. Now, 4 years after that, we're waiting for the UDO to add teeth. Meanwhile, your constituents are really unhappy. This is why, if you think these are good ideas, if it's what your constituents want, then the only way it will happen is if you exercise your legislative authority to impose those requirements. But if you don't take action, it won't get done. I'll briefly mention why each of these conditions is important. Grading. We recently attended a Fox Ridge neighborhood meeting where they discussed the large development next to them off Harris and Babley Road that Cook Brothers is developing. A resident told us about how they looked outside one day and saw Cook Brothers was clearing off some trees. The next day they came home and they were looking at the top of a dump truck. They had graded off 15 feet right at the back of the property line, which is exactly what the grading plan said they could do. That's going to damage roots of that neighbor's trees, and he will have to initiate any action to collect damages for any of those trees that were destroyed. It's a cost of time and money imposed on neighbors because of our low standards. Secondly, open space management. At the Planning Commission meeting for 7514 Millertown Pike, they allowed a stormwater detention pond to be counted towards open space. They're going to grade in that open space. There's no site analysis, so we don't know what's worthy of being conserved, and if it is being conserved. There's no requirement to present any kind of a plan for management of that open space. The proposed conditions use some parts of the Model Conservation Subdivision Ordinance, parts that don't get into sidewalks and stormwater management, but that do give you definitions of open space, requirements for concept and design plan phases, and permitted and prohibited uses of open space. Third, neighborhood connectivity. We need this because even with the comprehensive plan, Policy 11, and subdivision regulations that for more than 30 years have been setting a standard, those don't say shall, and thus your Planning Commission does not require connectivity. In the last 18 months, down at that Millertown Pike area, they approved 2 developments by the same developer, side by side, with no connectivity. Finally, tree preservation. Time after time, a developer comes up to the podium and says, we won't remove any trees when we have to. It's expensive to remove trees. Then we see that lot completely clear cut. That's why we need that. We're here asking you for these conditions because the can's been kicked down the road. Planning Commission won't step up. You're the last recourse. You have options. You can adopt the conditions, you can postpone, and you can ask the staff to take a close look at the details, but make sure they know that you're looking for ways to say yes and not just to push this to the UDO. You could require development plans to come back to you as part of these rezoning requests. Or you can do nothing, kick the can down the road again, continue to have neighborhoods and communities show up to Planning Commission, speak for 5 minutes and get absolutely nothing, walk out feeling helpless and disgusted. If you enjoy having frustrated constituents, doing nothing is your answer. Otherwise, please do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, would you like to respond to any of that?
I didn't get the memo that I was going against a pro here because he's a lot better at all this than me. I appreciate his thoughts, and I know that there's a much broader subject he's speaking about than just this property, and so there's no hard feelings. We'll talk later. No, I'm joking. What I would say is, just in reference to what he mentioned, I completely understand. Obviously, I grew up in the country. If it was up to me, we wouldn't live in trailers like I did, but we live on big pieces of land, and we wouldn't have houses right next to us. At the end of the day, nobody likes to see things change, and I get that. But in reference to the points he made regarding the things with the conditions, this site, other than if somebody could pull up the satellite view, it probably would be helpful. Where our site is going to stop, and we've already developed this concept plan, the site falls almost perfectly in grade. It's 4 to 6% from the road to where we stop development. There, yeah. So the area that are the two fields there in the front, our development actually stops at that tree line. Grading is absolutely to a minimum. There's almost not a whole lot to do. In reference to connectivity, if I'm thinking this correctly, our neighborhood concept plan includes sidewalks that connect to the road, to the Dollar General across the street. There's commercial next to us, as well as a bus stop with a cover for kids waiting for the bus stop there with Ellistown and Millertown. And then in terms of tree preservation, if you look at that satellite view, there's one strip of trees that separates those two fields, equals a little more than an acre, maybe total if you're generous. The other 12.6 acres of trees will remain untouched. So again, I know that there's a broader conversation, but just to address this site, we are very much trying not to do anything that would fall in line with what that objection is discussing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do commissioners have any questions? Seeing none, I will turn this over to District Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the remarks by both of you. And I live literally like 7 minutes from this piece of property, and it is a historic site. There is a lot of history there, and one of the things that I've found being more out in the rural area is, yes, there's signs out, but we don't have as many eyes driving past it, so there aren't as many people that take note or really notice it. But anyway, I've had a few questions, and folks were concerned. Oh, what's going on there?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the sentiment of preserving it, naming it after the family and whatnot. So, to Mr. Murphy's point, if there seems to be a pattern of we do the zoning and the conditions will come later, the concept plan comes later, but Planning Commission doesn't always, there's some ambiguity, and so I feel like if we don't put the conditions in, even if we just made sure that everything you say you're wanting to do, we put it in and put it as a condition, and you get to do everything you want to do, but we put it as a condition. So if for some reason you move on and you're not the one that does it, whoever comes next still has to do it. I think that's an important step. I would, if it pleases the commission, I would like to postpone this until March, to sit down with the applicant and have a discussion, and bring in planning and see what we need to do to make this, because to Commissioner Frazier's point in the previous item, the idea was to have the new things that go in respect the existing area and be in alignment with what's already there, because if you look at look at the map, it backs up to a 1 dwelling unit per acre subdivision. Across the street, it does have a 4 unit per acre subdivision, but that was done in 2000 or back in 05. Beyond that, there is nothing. It's going out into the rural area. So I would make a motion to postpone this until March. So to give us time to iron out the details and have a conversation, because you and I haven't spoken yet.
Well, now, I want to be very careful how I say this. Sure. I know you're very busy, but I had reached out via email and left messages on your county line a few times asking to discuss this, because I do find it very important, and any of the commissioners I've worked with will tell you that's true, to get your thoughts directly. Sure. And I usually try very hard to tailor what we're doing to take that into account and change what is possible. I understand your desire to postpone. This isn't a ploy. The Trout family's old and pretty sick. They've been extremely stressed. We're not going to close. We're supposed to close in a couple days after zoning, which obviously at 2 per acre, maybe I was ignorant for that. I think things have changed. I probably wasn't expecting any issues. I feel like it's going to be something I have to explain to them. Maybe we can talk to them about it together so that you could help them understand why we need to wait. But again, I'll leave that up to the commission to make this decision. I respect, and I'm saying all that respectfully. That's in no way to cause any issue. I just am trying to get this done for them.
Sure.
Is that still your motion?
Is anything? So you're saying it would hold up the closing for a few days? Is that?
Well, our closing is obviously with the temperature of zoning and development in Knox County currently anyway, it can be tough. We all know that. Closing prior to zoning approval is very dangerous when you're investing a couple $1 million in a property.
Sure.
And so our closing is contingent on zoning approval, and they agreed to that. I hope, we discussed that with them and they understood. And so it's something that we obviously we'd need to wait on until we were done with that. That's all.
Sure. And again, I'm not opposed to something happening here.
Yes, sir. I understand.
But just a blanket 2 units an acre with no direction is, for us in the past has gotten into pretty dangerous territory.
No, and I get that. I would say I'd love to meet with you sooner than later. We have a concept plan I'd love to show you. I have it with me. Again, we're using less than 50% of the property completely. There was an acre that we had originally talked about in the front, which KKCP instructed us to pull out because it actually falls within the commercial, community commercial, what is that, CMC? Yes, rural commercial corridor. So that is going to be left agricultural, which is next to the little convenience store there that's been there for a long time. And so our neighborhood falls around that. But again, I'm not here to cause a conflict. I'll work with whatever the commission deems is the right choice.
All right. Then, is there?
Are there particular things, Commissioner Thompson, that you can think of now that you would want to condition the property at the 2?
I mean, of what he's described, it sounds fairly attractive in preserving the things that you're wanting to do. And I like the fact that the family has kind of directed the direction of what you're wanting to do. Is there any, how, I guess I'd direct this to Director Moyers, is there, you say you already have a concept plan?
I do, sir, yeah. Yes, sir.
But you don't have it with you, or is there?
It's on my tablet. I'm happy to show it to you. If you have a moment after the meeting, I'm happy to.
I was just trying to figure out how to, because if it is everything you say it is, there's a lot of protections in there already.
We've got, Commissioner Jay has a question.
Yeah.
Are you good to think
Yes,
that
I'm
through for a
good. Yeah,
second?
go
And
ahead.
we can discuss it? Okay. Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Thompson, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Clear, I respect you all tremendously. I really want us to stop for just a second as a commission and understand where we are. We are in a very specific zoning case, looking at just the zoning of PR up to 2 units an acre, which is in a rural area, which is exactly what our plan calls for, with a development that is literally everything you all ask for every month. Don't disturb the hillside. Use the land that's there. Connect. We are literally in a zoning meeting. Please go back to your planning commission flowcharts. What is rezoning? And it is not planning commission. It is not concept plans. It's not use on review. This is not what we're doing. And I really, really caution this commission diving into it. And I understand, Mr. Murphy, you want everything conditioned at but like, that is not how our law is set up, our ordinance is set up, and our structure is set up. Our structure is set up to hear the rezoning. Now, any other applicant could walk up and say, I would like to have this rezoned, and say nothing else. Because that is what our ordinance says. We are considering, is this an appropriate use of the land? Because even though he has a relatively great story about connecting with the homeowner, which I fully believe, he could walk out the door and do something completely different, because we don't get into the next phase and the next phase and the next phase. That's the purpose of this, is we hear one thing, we hear zoning, and then we stop. And then there is another step in which applicants go to sit down with engineering and planning, and then they come up with that's the whole point of PR. So don't put all of the ingredients into the mix on step one. Just focus on step one. Otherwise, then none of this matters. And we're literally going to break every bit of our own ordinance by putting conditions of X, Y, and Z on top of all of this. Just step one, stay focused. Vote on, is this appropriate to go to PR with 2 units an acre? And I think there is not a reason in the world I see that this is not appropriate to do that. Full stop.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Jay, I respect your comments, however, I disagree. If Planning Commission was sticking to our plans, I would be happy to stick to zoning. But I think that's very short-sighted given the circumstances that we're in, and that is the reason that Knox County in general is in the situation that we are facing and that we all have to deal with every single month. It is our duty to protect Knox County and the citizens and their quality of life. We spent a lot of time and effort, as Commissioner Durrett said, on updating our growth plan, creating the comprehensive land use and transportation plan. And that wouldn't have happened if it hadn't been for a group of citizens advocating for their communities. It just wouldn't have happened. We had advocated for that through several administrations. And so, again, I understand that you want to focus on zoning and use, but it's much, much bigger and broader than that. And maybe we just approach it differently. We have always respected each other and our positions, and I absolutely respect where you're coming from. To say all of that, I have had the pleasure of working with Mr. Clark, and he is intentional and thoughtful and responsible and extremely open to working with neighbors, community members, and commissioners. I have a lot of respect for that approach. When we first met, he said to me, I want to be different. He did. He said, I want to be different. I don't want to be like that. I don't want to leave things worse than I found them. I want to make things better. And so even though this would give me a little bit of pause, I'm putting it out there that I'm putting some trust in you to do what you say you're going to do, because we as a county, we've been burned over and over and over again until I am sick to death of it. And so I will support this. But I want you to work with me, and I want you to work with the district commissioner, and I want you to work with the community.
Absolutely.
And I want to see all the things that you have planned. I also want to point out, he has a concept plan, commissioners. Most developers do. When they go to the bank to get their financing, they're required to have one. So when they come to us and say, oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do on it until I get the zoning, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And I do think we need to move to requiring a development plan, a concept plan, something at the time of zoning. Because it takes out the speculation, it takes out the worry and concerns of community members and even us as decision makers. So I'll get off my soapbox. Thank you for your patience. And again, I look forward to working with you on this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually agree with Commissioner Jay and Commissioner Frazier. There's a lot of truth in what you both say. Absolutely there is. What we are charged with is looking at this point in time with this case in front of us. I do support this in large because, as Commissioner Jay said, this is exactly what we have been looking for in our zoning. I also support it because of what Commissioner Frazier said, is that we want these developers to reach out. Stefan, you did reach out. You attempted to, and you also talked to others about this. And I commend you that you have done your homework on this, especially to the point, as Commissioner Frazier said, of even having a concept plan. I know that Commissioner Thompson, your district and mine are two very different districts, but I will tell you, 2 per acre is a dream all day long. and we had just better plan on getting used to that. So for all those reasons, I absolutely support this development.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question directed either to Commissioner Frazier or to Director Brooks, but what happens with the back part of that property? I know it's got hillside protection, but it's not like the city where you can't build on it at all, or you can build on it some. So what happens if the front part is developed at effectively the developable part would be basically 4 units per acre because it's clustered, because it's spread over 20 acres. But then could at some point in the future, someone, maybe the applicant, he sells it, and then somebody else buys it, and they say, hey, we want to build on this back part, and we're going to come back to Planning Commission and County Commission, and we're going to ask for new zoning, and we're going to, and all of a sudden you jump from, can that happen, Commissioner Frazier?
No, this is rural conservation, so there's a requirement of 50% to be left open space. And
Okay.
so hillside and ridgetop protection, again, through the county, is advisory. Through the city, it's regulatory. But because it's rural conservation, the 50% stands, which he is stating, that is a part of even the condition
Okay.
that was placed on zoning.
But then, do you want to
May
speak?
I answer that as well, and agreeing with her? Also, per a slope analysis, which we haven't done with the county yet, but we did our own, most of that ridge is well above 15%, which greatly would reduce any density. But the thing is, with planned residential, the parcel as a whole was taken for the density, and the density can be used in what that is, but the rest of the parcel can never be taken apart from it. The only way I think that you would be able to do that would be buy another parcel adjoining and add it to it. And so that will be dedicated forever as green space, maintained by the HOA at their cost and kept as an amenity for the community. But it could never be built on. And I'm going to be honest, if you walked up it, you wouldn't want to. Maybe one at the very top, like if I could get one up there. But
there are of course, if you look at Gatlinburg, they're building on very steep slopes over there.
This wouldn't, I don't believe the Knox County guidelines would allow you to do that. And we would have used all the density that would be available to us. There would be no more to build any other units. I think our plat would be denied, or any addition to that plat would be denied. Is that correct? Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to just add, I've always been really impressed with the way that you do things and your projects, and I love that you're keeping the family engaged in it. That is going to mean something to them down the road, so I appreciate that. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your point, yes, I don't think that ridge top is, it's steep, but to Commissioner Fox's point, that ridge is not tall enough to have the scenic views required to, that they have in Gatlinburg. Obviously, you know, as commissioners, we're not allowed to talk to each other and discuss, but I think there's one key thing that's been brought up since I had my motion. You threw me a curveball because you actually have a concept plan. You said, "Hey, I have it here. You know, would you like to?"
Yes, sir.
And so having that's a huge piece. And to Commissioner Frazier's point, good developers are worth something, and those relationships. I mean, we need those because we have been burned. And I appreciate. I did find an email that you did send me.
Okay.
I am sorry I did not respond.
No, it's okay. Well, I didn't want to bring it up because, to be honest, I also don't want to conflict with you. I'd like to work in your district again, and that's going to be pretty tough. I may have some things coming down later that we need to discuss. So
well, and like I said, you know, I have plenty of planned growth area in my district.
You have a bunch.
I mean, it was expanded.
You have a lot of flat land too, which is hard to come by in this county.
It is, and so I would like to have a good relationship with you moving forward as well, and not such conflict. But no, I would actually like to change my motion to approve since. Per staff recommendation, since he does have a concept plan, has come prepared, and has a really good track record and relationship with other commissioners in history in Knox County. So,
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson and a second by Commissioner Frazier to approve.
With the condition or just?
Do you want with the condition that planning has?
yes, subject to the conditions already there.
It's always good to put it in there, though, guys. So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson, second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, and best of luck with your project.
Thank you for your time.
Next item, please.
Item number 6 is 1-L-25-RZ is a request of Molly Hughes for rezoning from I industrial to A agricultural, located at 2425 Mine Road, parcel ID 042-18402, part of, in the 8th Commission District.
Is the applicant present? Hi. If you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
Molly Hughes, 1107 Level Road.
Thank you. And I don't see any opposition to this item, so Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve A agricultural zoning because of the change in conditions in the area.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
It's just going to be a suite for a mother-in-law.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I mean, it seems pretty simple. I'm assuming you're going to a suite for your mother-in-law to move in.
No, so I'm working with the contractor, so it's for the applicant, but her mother-in-law moved from Florida and is currently living in a van, so they're building her a house.
Sounds good. Well, I don't want to hold this up so she can get in the house, so I'd make a motion to approve, please.
I got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson and a second by Commissioner Lee. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project. Thank you. And, all right. Do we have any other business? See no other business?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would again like to wish my husband a happy birthday. I did it in the original and he was not here, so.
I will again second.
And happy birthday.
And I got a second on it and he wasn't here, so.
There you go. Well, happy birthday, Doug. Commissioner Thompson?
Oh.
Okay. Commissioner Hill?
Yes, just.
We're not done yet, guys. Hold on just a second.
Just briefly, I know that we are. I know that we're looking for projects for our junior commissioners, and I just wanted to mention Commissioner Riles is having a community meeting down here, I believe. If you'd like to maybe announce that, that might be something our junior commissioners would be interested in.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Yeah, this Friday at 4 o'clock. It's actually going to be in room 640. But we'll be having a discussion with the sheriff on some procedural things. And so he'll be giving us a presentation. And so there'll be an opportunity. Some of you remember, like at the detention center, he talked about some of the things, but we'll go a little in depth on some things. So, and then the community will be involved, but I will be asking the questions for the community. So, but it'll be a good opportunity if you guys, want to come. So 4 o'clock Friday.
It's a good opportunity. Thank you, Commissioner Rawls, and thank you, Commissioner Hill, for bringing that up. No more business in front of this zoning commission. We are adjourned.